Okay, 1 minute countdown. Thank you, William.
Time check 9:59.3.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome everyone to this eManifest Advisory Board virtual public meeting. To access the closed captioning feature for this eManifest Advisory meeting as you view it via YouTube, please click the closed captioning button on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Again, welcome to this virtual public meeting of the US EPA eManifest Advisory Board. The theme of this meeting is meeting the needs of the user community, eManifest program priorities, and user fees for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. My name is Fred Jenkins, and I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. Before we get started, I would like to go over a couple of administrative items for you. As the DFO, I serve as the liaison between the board and the agency, and I am responsible for ensuring that the provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. I want to extend my thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board for agreeing to serve in this meeting and to the public for attending this meeting. The eManifest Advisory Board is a federal advisory committee that provides independent peer review and advice to the agency on operational matters related to the eManifest system. It's important to note that the advisory board only provides recommendations and advice and recommendations to EPA, and that all regulatory decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The eManifest Advisory Board is composed of 9 members. This includes the EPA administrator or their designee to serve as the chair of the board. Our designated chair of the eManifest Advisory Board is Carolyn Hoskinson, the director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. The other 6 members include other 8 members rather include 6 representative members. These representative members include 3 representatives from industry that are users of the eManifest system to track the transportation of hazardous waste under the eManifest Act, and 3 other representative members that are representatives representing industry. That represent the state. There are 2 non-representative members. The 2 non-representative members are our information technology experts. They are solely appointed for their expertise in information technology. Both of our IT expert members were appointed as special government employee members. These 2 expert members are speaking and providing advice on behalf of themselves as experts in their field. As IT expert members of the board, they both are subject to the applicable ethics laws. We have worked with the appropriate agency ethics officials to ensure that all appropriate ethics regulations are satisfied for this meeting. Both IT experts have been provided to provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws, and they have both filed a confidential financial disclosure report. I, along with the appropriate agency ethics officials, have reviewed these reports to ensure that all ethics requirements are met. This meeting provides an opportunity for public comment. We do encourage interested members of the public to take advantage of participating in the oral public comment period scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please note that tomorrow morning's oral public comment period will start at approximately 10:15 a.m. If you have not made prior arrangements and you wish to make oral public comments, please let me know by sending me an email at jenkins.fred@epa.gov by no later than 2 p.m. Eastern Time today, so that I'll have enough time to make arrangements and provide you further instructions on how you will be providing your oral public comments tomorrow morning. Without having made prior arrangements, we ask that you please limit your oral public comments to 5 minutes. There is a public docket for this meeting. The docket number is listed on the agenda. The docket number for this meeting is HQ-OLEM-2024-0307. You can access the public docket at regulations.gov. All background materials and other related documents are available in the docket. Slides of EPA presentations that you will see this morning will be available as soon as possible in the public docket. This entire meeting is being broadcasted live over the internet. The live stream broadcast is only available to those who registered as a public audience attendee. Please report any technical problems with the live stream to me, Fred Jenkins, at jenkins.fred@epa.gov. At this point, I want to introduce and extend my thanks to Carolyn Hoskinson, the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, who is serving as the Chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. Thank you, Carolyn.
All right, thank you, Fred. Welcome, everyone. As Fred said, I am Carolyn Hoskinson. I'm the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, and I welcome you all to this Federal Advisory Committee meeting. I'm so excited to be chairing this meeting for the next couple of days. My pronouns are she, her, if you wish to refer to me. What you will see and hear today is the result of a long collaboration with you, our partners, to showcase the shared vision we have for moving the eManifest program forward and to get your input on how we can best continuously improve the program. I want to thank my staff in the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery for all their hard work. I want to thank the members of the public for your contributions. And I especially want to extend a special welcome and thank you to the esteemed members of our eManifest Advisory Board. Thank you to all of you for your hard work in preparing for this meeting. I want to thank all of you for the work you will be doing after this meeting. And so folks in the audience can see who you are, I am going to ask each of you to introduce yourself in the order that you appear on the PowerPoint slide for this meeting. So we will start with Terry, and then each person in order, you can come on and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Carolyn. Terry Bear, I'm one of the state representative members on the board, and I represent the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality.
Jason Hoxford, I represent the state of Minnesota, Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and I'm also a state board member on the board here.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Hopper with the Maryland Department of Environment, and I'm also a state representative.
Hi, good morning. This is Michelle Liu. I'm the IT expert member, and then I teaching at Marymount University.
Good morning. I'm Angie Martin with Heritage Environmental Services, and I'm an industry representative on the board.
Good morning. This is Sixto Ortiz, and I am an industry representative on the board with WM. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Albert. I'm a faculty member at Brigham Young University. I'm an IT expert member.
And good morning. I'm Jackie Velasquez. I'm an industry representative member, and I'm with AP Moller Maersk.
All right, so now you have met all of our board members. Thank you, board members, for introducing yourself. There is a lot of ground for us to cover today, so we'll go ahead and get started. Next up, I am pleased to welcome Nigel Simon to give some remarks. Nigel is the Director of the Office of Program Management and also the Senior Information Official for the Office of Land and Emergency Management in US EPA. So Nigel.
All right, thank you, Carolyn, for that warm introduction, and good morning, everyone. As introduced, I am Nigel Simon. My pronouns are he, his, him. As Carolyn mentioned, I serve as the Director of the Office of Program Management and the Senior Information Official here in the Office of Land and Emergency Management, we affectionately call the mighty OLEM. On behalf of Barry Breen, our Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator, and Cliff Villa, our Deputy Assistant Administrator, welcome everyone to this Federal Advisory Committee meeting of the E-Manifest Advisory Board. I especially want to welcome the newly appointed members of the E-Manifest Advisory Board, and they just introduced themselves, but it is Dr. Michelle Liu of Marymount University and Dr. Albert Tay of Brigham Young University. Thank you for joining us in service of EPA's E-Manifest program. I also want to thank our returning board members who you also just met for continuing to provide us with expert advice and consultation. And that includes, as you mentioned, Terry Baer of the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, Jennifer Hopper of the Maryland Department of Environment, Angie Martin of the Heritage Environmental Services, Sixto Ortiz of Waste Management, Inc., and Jackie Velasquez of INCAMP, Inc., to mention a few. We, the agency, we are very grateful to all of you for being here with us this week. We know that you all have very busy schedules, and we appreciate your dedicated service to this role. EPA is fully dedicated to our goal of maximizing the benefits of the E-Manifest system, and we rely heavily on your invaluable advice and recommendations to help us achieve our goal of 100% electronic manifests. The E-Manifest program remains our flagship project in the agency's E-Enterprise initiative to streamline and modernize the delivery of environmental protection with our state and tribal partners. Thank you to the members of the public for joining us for this meeting and to those who have offered or plan to offer public comments. I also want to thank our EPA E-Manifest team who has remained committed to maintaining the steady operations of the program, engaging with and supporting the system users, and making progress towards challenging goals for E-Manifest. EPA's E-Manifest program's most recent accomplishments, we have several, right? And they are, we developed the remote signer policy and system functionality to increase the speed and usability of electronic manifests in direct response to feedback from our advisory board. The E-Manifest team has demonstrated this functionality through national user calls, public webinars, and in technical discussions with industry. We finalized the E-Manifest third rule that will integrate export manifests as well as other manifest-related reporting requirements with E-Manifest. We signed a memorandum requiring the use of electronic manifests for EPA-led cleanups, including Superfund and emergency response beginning in October 1 of 2025. We increased direct engagement with our user community since March of last year. The E-Manifest team delivered software enhancements every 24 days, held over 20 user support calls, and resolved more than 2,500 industry help tickets. It's a lot, folks. In particular, the E-Manifest team has helped dozens of facilities seeking to transition to electronic manifests. We continue to work with our user community to deliver the software enhancements they need to better do their job, such as enhancing companies' abilities to manage their users via system-to-system services. Our meeting objectives for this week. We want to launch the E-Manifest. Well, we launched the E-Manifest system on June 30th of 2018, with the goal of transforming the traditional means of paper manifest hazardous waste. Realizing the goals of this system depends on identifying priorities and setting a productive fee structure that is responsive to program needs. During this week's E-Manifest Advisory Board public meeting, we will be presenting our proposed priorities and user fees for the upcoming FY 2026 and 2027 cycle. The agency looks forward to receiving your advice and recommendations so that we can determine the best path forward. In closing, I want to extend by thanking our state regulators and EPA regions for your expertise and assistance. Thank you to our user community and the public for your thoughts and engagement. I want to again thank the advisory board for dedicating your time to our program and for helping guide us in our decision making. Thank you to Carolyn Hoskinson, as you heard, of the Office of Resource Conservation Recovery. We affectionately call him ORACR. Thank you to you and your team for all of the hard work. And with that, I know that the eManifest team is ready to begin presenting and eager to listen to and learn from our board and the public comments. I look forward to seeing the outcome of your time together. And with that, I return the mic to Carolyn Hoskinson and Dr. Fred Jenkins. Thank you.
Nigel, thank you so much for those remarks. Really appreciate it. So as you heard from Nigel, the program has had some wonderful accomplishments, and we absolutely take guidance and input from our users very seriously. Anyone who's not familiar with the eManifest program might be amazed at how many manifests there are every year and how many users there are of the eManifest system. And so getting input from our board as well as all of our users and interacting with everyone is so important to us. For a program that is only 6 years old, I am impressed, incredibly impressed at how much we've been able to accomplish as a 6-year-old. So with that, I will turn it over to Sonia Sasseville, who is going to walk us through our agenda for today.
Good morning. So I will just note for those that are making this all work that Carolyn's audio just now was crackling. I don't hear it on mine. I don't know if others do, but something to look into. So
sorry, I heard it as well. I was about to send her a note, but yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So we'll work on that.
Okay. All right. So my part here is to, and I think we need the slide to advance. My part here is to just also extend my welcome to everyone. I'm Sonia Sasseville. I'm director of the Program Implementation and Information Division within ORCR. My pronouns are she, her, hers. Our division has the lead on eManifest. And so first, I want to thank my team who have made this our 8th meeting, yay, possible. So thanks also to the board and to the participants. We look forward to getting your thoughts. So first of all, let me start by setting the broader context for this meeting. In our March 2023 meeting, we reaffirmed that our _1 program goal is 100% electronic manifests, which will ultimately reduce the burden for the reporting burden for industry and also greatly improve the ability of users and regulators to analyze waste shipment information and manage waste shipment problems. It's just a great set of data that we have there, and making that available to everyone in a user-friendly way so that we can use it to benefit the program is, I think, to everyone's advantage. Underpinning that goal is the successful management of a fee-based program that returns meaningful outcomes at reasonable costs. So that's what we're here to focus on today. Since the close of that last meeting, we've been working toward these goals that I mentioned with our partners and with our users. We've been very focused on that, and we appreciate input that we've received. And right now, we're excited to present our efforts to determine our fees for this next fee cycle and to propose our program priorities for the board's consideration. If you can advance the slide, please. So I think I actually just covered that. So, yeah. So, well, I guess maybe mentioning that we are looking specifically for the board's counsel on the agency's program cost and manifest usage projections coming up as it relates to the upcoming fee cycle. And then next slide, just a little bit of background, because we in government always have to talk about where does our authorization come from to do what we're doing. So our authorization statute is the Hazardous Waste Electronic Manifest Establishment Act, which we also call E-Manifest Act, which was signed into law on October 5th, 2012. So that is what authorizes us to implement a national electronic manifest system, and also authorizes us to collect fees to offset the cost of developing and operating the e-manifest system. So in accordance with the user fee final rule, which was established in 2018, EPA must revise the user fee schedules at 2-year intervals and publish those user fees by July 1st of every odd-numbered year. So again, that is what we are here today to do. And for more on our program and our proposals, I'm excited to turn the floor over to our E-Manifest Program Manager, Steve Donnelly.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you all. My name is Steve Donnelly. I am the E-Manifest Program Manager, and my pronouns are he, him. I am very happy to be here. And I would also like to thank the E-Manifest team for all their hard work in putting these presentation materials together. We're going to have a quick program update and go through some sort of, we'll call it housekeeping and bringing everybody up to speed before we dive into the meat of the presentation. All right, so we can begin with the next slide. All right, so let's go through this program update. We're going to bring everybody up to date with our system statistics, our system functionality we have released in the previous period. We also have highlighting some of our policy implementation and communication work, other ongoing activities, and a financial update. And joining me along with this, you will also meet William Nicholas. All right, so let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so through the end of June 2024, we've got roughly 11 million manifests, and we have a big pie chart here. And one of the reasons we're here is because of those nearly 11 million manifests, we've had roughly 50,000 or 40,000 electronic manifests. And the program is e-manifest. It is not paper type manifest. So we are looking to bring that number up and to sort of bring everybody up to speed. So a paper manifest is a manifest that is pre-printed and then sent to us at the end of the shipment. An e-manifest, electronic manifest, is a manifest created in the system, and then it is signed electronically along the way. So you can see right here, the overwhelming majority of our manifests are the data plus image types. And that's when a manifest is printed on paper and it is scanned and uploaded by the receivers of the waste, and they send that to the e-manifest system along with the data that is corresponding with the paper. But things are not as grim as they may seem for electronic manifests. So we talked about remote signer, and we'll get into that later. But just know that we are taking steps, and they are small steps, they're big steps, they are steps that are showing rewards. So before remote signer, when each individual person signing a manifest had to log into the system and electronically sign, we were getting about 17 of those per day. And then after remote signer, we saw a significant increase to 26 per day. And this is through June 30th. And I can tell you that since the June 30th, that number, 26 per day, has increased. So we are seeing an increase in electronic manifests. Has it made significant inroads into the data plus image or image only types? The answer is no, but we are going to be providing some options and priorities to increase that number. We can go to the next slide. All right, system functionality. We'll go through some of the highlights. So the eManifest system is part of the RCRA Info application. And we have two types of users who use the RCRA Info application. We have industry users who submit data to their state or federal regulators. And we also have the state and federal regulators who review that data, approve that data, and use that data to implement their RCRA programs. So as part of this application, we updated the new overview landing page for industry users to better navigate actions across eManifest and other modules, for example. So hazardous waste isn't just eManifest. There's other aspects to it, such as violator report or the site notification form. There's a lot of other items. So based on our input from our users, we do very user-centered design. We have updated our web application. Our remote signer functionality. So we're very excited about this, and we remain excited. The remote signer functionality allows users to execute electronic signatures by a remote personnel. What this means in English is that the person in the field signing the manifest does not need to be the one updating the system. They can contact someone with the administrative access to the system. So, for example, a dispatcher, and let them know that they have signed for this manifest, and that person can update the system. So, for example, if there is a shipment way out in a field of a Superfund cleanup, the waste is loaded onto the truck, that driver doesn't need to either access eManifest on their phone or build a computer. They can simply get on their phone and call their dispatcher and say, hey, I picked up this manifest, and they can sign it, and that manifest can progress through the system. And this could be done by text message. This could be done by voicemail. This could be done by any number of ways. And also, one of the big things we love here is infrastructure. So we completed the Java version upgrade to keep our technology and infrastructure current. All right. And then we also have functionality to support rejection scenarios for electronic manifests. So oftentimes, well, not often, but sometimes waste is rejected by the designated facility. And there's a lot of different use cases, and there's a lot of different questions about that. So there are some rejection scenarios we put into the electronic manifest. If you'd like to learn more about rejection scenarios, we have materials available on the web. We also released updates to our user interface and APIs to address changes in the alternate PCB extraction methods and amendments to PCB cleanup and disposal regulations that impact eManifest. So this was a recent rulemaking done by our colleagues in the permits branch, and this corresponds with changes to PCB waste that is shipped offsite. So we have a lot of information available on that as well. And we've also developed a patch update to allow corrections. So an industry can target a specific section of a manifest they need to update rather than having to send up an entire new version. So the old way was if there was a misplaced comma or there's incorrect information, they had to send an entire new version. So this way, if there is a misplaced comma, they can just send up that line of the manifest that has the incorrect information and correct that. And we have all that information available on the web. Next slide, please. All right. And we've also added the ability for our paper processing center to send correction requests for industry users for image submission. So one of the ways industry can submit manifests is to upload a scan of that paper manifest, and we rely on our contractors at the paper processing center to key in that information. Now, this works. When it works, it works. However, if there is incorrect information on that manifest, incomplete information, we cannot do the full data entry of that manifest. So this functionality allows our paper processing center to bypass a lot of the log jams and work in the system to make those corrections. And yes, since we put this in function since we released this in January 24, we've had over 5,000 correction requests for industry submissions. Okay, this is big. This happened recently. So to meet the president's request for government systems to have multi-factor authentication, we all know that, we all love it. That's when you log in with your username and your password, and then you have to go to a text message or an email and enter a second code so you can log into the system. It's another layer of security that the entire government is being directed to do. We, along with our colleagues at the EPA and the CDX, who do the EPA Central Data central data exchange, we have implemented login.gov for industry users. And as Sonia and Carolyn and Nigel were saying, we have a lot of them. So I believe we have over 100,000 industry users. And I believe, as we move through, as people log in, some people are not logging in every day, but we are transitioning those users as they log in. They try to log in the old way. It says, hey, you got to do the multi-factor. We've all done that with our banks and our cable and all that. So that's just an added layer of security. Okay, this is good too. We added functionality to allow users to see changes between manifest versions. So one of the big things about the hazardous waste manifest is we have a corrections provision. So manifest data can and should be corrected, and there is no sunset on that date. So if a manifest was submitted 5 years ago and something was found to need to be correcting today, the expectation is that manifest would be corrected. However, in the old days, there was no real, just a new version. You'd have to do a sort of a side-by-side comparison of the two data fields to see what changed. So we added functionality to allow users to see what changed, sort of a Microsoft Word version control track change. It will tell you what changed and where and who. All right, we actually, and for the EPA billing side, we've added bulk correction. We gave ourselves a little gift this year in 24. We expanded bulk corrections to allow our HQ users to perform a batch correction changes of multiple manifests. So this means, we have a tranche of manifests that have incorrect generator IDs. We all know they're going to the same generator, so we can do that. We can update the address. This is in service of providing better data to our users. We have also released API updates to support electronic adoption. This is new parameters to expand the ability for API users to send links out to their drivers or to their folks on site, or to the remote signers. So this means that someone with the API access to the system, they have a manifest that's ready to sign. They can use our APIs to create a link, and they can zip zap that link over to somebody for them to click on and log in and sign. We also have a new available to sign service, which lets a user know that if someone lets a user know if a site, say for example, a transporter or a generator, has users registered that are able to sign. And thanks to our multi-talented David Graham, we have and William Nicholas, we have our version 4.0 of our open source Python package. And this is available on our GitHub site. We have links to this, and this is to reduce the complexity of industry systems integrations with eManifest. So if you are an industry system, or if you are merely curious and you want to test out their pre-production environment, we have a Python package that will be able to get you started fairly quickly and fairly easily. I can do it. So if I can do it, you can do it. And we've also released updates to the user interface to allow copying the manifest much easier. We've added enhancements to the industry dashboard. We've made it easier to edit the transporter information. And we've also added some changes to support automated regression testing. That was a lot in that slide. All right, and I'm done talking for a little bit. I'm going to pass this off to William Nicholas. I will be back soon.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning. My name is William Nicholas. My pronouns are he, him. I am the eManifest data lead here at EPA headquarters.
I'm sorry, William, just to interrupt you really quick. And I just want to double check. Is Carolyn on? I don't know if she got my chat note.
I am here. I am turning my camera on.
Yeah.
Yes. So our speakers have been so quick about turning the mic over to the next person. I haven't had a chance to stop in the middle. So I will ask our speakers going forward, when you've finished your presentation, if you could just turn to me to make sure that nobody has any questions. So I want to turn to the board and just see if the board has any questions about either Sonia's presentation or Steve's presentation.
I have no questions. I think it's been very clear.
Great. Thank you, Angie.
This is Jason Hawksford with MPCA here. I just had a quick question on the, when it comes to the remote signer, I'm wondering if EPA has any experience with, I think we all know from working in any environment that somebody says they're going to do something, they don't do it. Obviously, with the remote signer of calling somebody, contacting them, asking them to sign an electronic manifest, has there been any experience with that not occurring, or any type of checks to make sure that the individual instructed to do that actually does it? As an inspector, I know we go out to sites, we require them to do training. People don't necessarily train or do what they're trained to do. So I'm just wondering what the experience has been like that, and if there's anything that EPA can elaborate on ensuring and verifying that the individual actually doing that remote signing is following through on that.
Fred, is that something that we can ask maybe Steve to try to answer?
Yeah, whoever from the agency feels comfortable answering that question, that's free game from anybody in the agency to decide from the manifest team side.
Yes, so I'm gonna throw this to Kyle Markley. Introducing Kyle Markley. He is our eManifest electronic implementation lead.
Hi, Kyle Markley, as Steve just introduced me. So as far as the question goes, as far as the assurances go, the system requires, or really more going into the regulation for a manifest. RCRA views a person or a company kind of as an entity. So regardless of who's providing it, the requirements and the requirements fall on the company. I guess I can turn it to any of my other team members if they want to elaborate a little bit more.
Sure, I can go ahead and continue. Yeah, as Kyle mentioned, the concept of the remote signer policy is predicated on the RCRA person as defined in the in statute. Where a person can represent a company, a joint stock holding, a government, any number of multiple groupings. And so, broadly, if an individual person, by which I mean a human being, fails to sign a paper manifest as it's moved along, theoretically, the next person should not sign without the first person, having done so. Similarly, with remote signer, electronically, the built-in system functionality is better than that. You shouldn't sign a paper manifest if the previous person hadn't, but you cannot sign an electronic manifest unless the previous person hasn't. So, the remote signer policy allows companies, entities, any of RCRA persons a great deal of flexibility, but it is still the obligation of that entity to sign the manifest. And until they do so, the next party cannot. So that's our primary safeguard. But speaking for the manifest program, that's not something we've encountered as a problem in implementation. But if that's something that you're hearing in the States or others, we'd welcome you in more traditional program-to-program fashions to let us know. Thanks.
Jason, did that address the question that you asked?
It sure did. Thank you for elaborating on that.
Thanks, Jason. Are there other members of the board that have any clarifying questions for the presentations we've heard so far?
Thanks, Carolyn. I have one follow-up question. Stephen was talking about the API integration and the progress that you've made in making that cleaner for companies to do that. Do we have any data about whether a lot of the fully electronic manifests are coming through, using API integration with external, industry software or company proprietary programs? Or do we have a percentage maybe on where those fully electronic manifests are coming, or are they being entered directly into eManifest?
Steve and Kyle?
Yes. I'll take this. So yeah, I would say of the 44,000 electronic manifests we have, the overwhelming majority have been done using the user interface. We do have a few companies right now that are using the hybrid option of the electronic manifest via services. And we've seen tests in pre-prod, and there's some sites working on using the hybrid to create that via services. But if we're looking at raw numbers, you could probably say all of the electronic manifests have been created using the user interface. However, we have seen in recent weeks that the hybrid electronic manifest, the hybrid flavor, we've seen a increase in the hybrid being created by services. And this is something that we understand it's going to take a longer bridge to build, because of our 10 million or so, 11 million or so manifests, I would say 85 to 90% come in via services. So we have a great services foundation to build on. And the remote signer, which is specifically used to take advantage of a lot of that services, is relatively new, especially when you consider companies, taking time and thought into upgrading their manifest infrastructure. So we haven't seen immediate results, but we have seen, and we have heard from multiple organizations that are interested in using the hybrid, and some that are actually using the hybrid via services.
Thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Thanks, Jackie. Any other questions from members of the board? All right. So with that, I think I will give it back to David Grant. I think it was David was about to make the next presentation. Is that right?
That'll be me. That'll be
William.
William
Okay, great.
Nicholas.
And William, when you're done, if you would just turn it back to me so I can see if folks have questions for you.
You got it. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you all to the board for some invigorating questions, and I'm excited to deliver you more news. So in addition to the system functionalities that Steve has talked about, we've also done a number of more program side changes. Remote signer, that's something that's been hit on before. This guidance allows the folks signing out in the field who may not have direct internet access, or other flexibilities that we can afford to to the manifesting organizations. And we've clarified that timeline to ensure that those signatures get into the system within 24 hours or by the next custody exchange, whichever comes sooner. But again, reduces some of the ambiguity and makes it clearer so that this policy can be more usefully enacted by the regulated industry. We've continued to embrace tight collaboration with the U.S. Department of Transportation and the world of hazardous waste transporters, given the kind of historical integration between our two programs and the need to be closely aligned. We have really engaged generators, especially large quantity generators, as well as transporters who have been listed on manifest but aren't in e-manifest. We've done some outreach as well as programmatic automatic outreach to these folks, and we've registered a large number of sites, as you can see here. Next slide, please. All right. We also have, as you heard earlier, the third rule, and that was signed and finalized this July. And there are two groups of changes that'll take place. Some that will become effective January 22nd, 2025, and a couple more that will require more extensive system changing that will become effective in December of 2025. In January, some of the big ones will be LQGs and SQGs will be required to register for e-manifest, and they'll be required to make corrections as requested. Those receiving facilities can take advantage of LQG and SQG registration, and, well, frankly, regardless of the compliance of those generators, they will no longer have to send back final signed copies. So LQGs and SQGs, in addition to the requirement, they have that incentive. They've got to get in and they've got to get their final copies back. We've standardized some of the time framing around discrepancies and exception reports and made that, we've harmonized SQGs and LQGs and given TSDFs a little bit more time on discrepancy reports. The manifest form has been changed in a couple of ways. Most obviously, it's now only going to be 4 copies, but there will be some changes to the international shipment information. And as mentioned earlier, there will be some changes to harmonize with the TSCA PCB regulations. Beginning in December of next year, most notably, the biggest change is hazardous waste exports, which have required a manifest to this point, but have not been required to be submitted to e-manifest, will now be required to be submitted to e-manifest. The exporter will be responsible for getting that copy in the system and paying the requisite user fee. And additionally, exception, discrepancy, and unmanifested waste reports are going to be, instead of submitted by paper form to the to the state and to the EPA regional administrator's office, which results in a whole bunch of offices ping-ponging around paper. And certainly with the larger advent of remote work makes it difficult sometimes to get things to the right people as quickly as possible. You're now going to have the ability to submit that directly through eManifest, where it'll be digitally routed to all the right people. Next slide, please. One of our big changes is EPA really leading from the front of the pack on electronic adoption. And beginning here shortly in just a couple of weeks, the beginning of fiscal year 25, that's October 1st, 2024, EPA personnel and EPA contractors, any EPA-led cleanup, Superfund, emergency removal type actions will use electronic manifests where necessary to meet hazardous waste manifest regulations. We have a note there about unless there's a documented impediment to securing an eManifest compliant contractor, but the key note there is, we want that impediment to be documented. We don't intend for that to be okay, great, it was a problem in 2024 and I don't have to do it anymore. No, you're going to raise the issue so that we can help you resolve it. We've continued our user engagement and outreach, both for the affected parties there involved in the implementation of that policy, as well as the many, many other groups that are affected by this program and are members of this community. Our monthly webinars, our user support calls, our help desk, our website, everything that we can do, we are eManifest. And so it's our job to be available to and speak with members of this user community whenever they need. Next slide, please. We've had a number of training sessions, specifically focused as well as more generally focused. We've reached out to a number of targeted groups to educate them about specific things about electronic adoption, as well as how their processes could be harmonized with the regulations and with the system to leverage the advantages of electronic adoption. Rail, generator, receiving facilities, types of transporters, things like that. We've directed our contractor, that's what we generally refer to as the paper processing center, to focus some targeted data quality efforts based on things that we've identified and that the states and industry have identified. And we've also tasked them to expand record keeping and analysis of certain issue rates so that we can constantly improve on those data quality efforts. We've conducted training for EPA and state regulators, both on the program side and the enforcement side, to identify and remediate data quality issues. We've presented on those cases, both what major data quality issues arise and also how you can preempt them on some of our monthly user calls. And we've met with key industry groups to clarify these requirements, highlight the tools that are available to improve the quality of those submissions, and to understand some of the practical considerations that they have with manifest records management. Next slide, please. Finally, kind of on the data quality side, continuing that, Steve mentioned we made a number of improvements to the APIs, and some of those will expand pre-submission data validation to make sure that when those manifest submissions go up, they've got the best available data for information about sites, things like that. We've expanded our national missing manifest effort to ensure that manifests that perhaps were completed on paper but weren't submitted to the eManifest program as they were supposed to be are done so. We've grown our partnership with EPA and state enforcement and compliance personnel. We've provided training to them and ensured that they know how to appropriately understand, diagnose, investigate, and where necessary, enforce on manifest issues, as well as educate and demonstrate compliance, provide compliance assistance to the facilities and companies that they deal with. And finally, we've done a lot of work around data quality validations to improve manifest data quality and enhance and integrate it with the biennial report submission process. There's a couple there. Those of you that submitted a biennial report this last cycle will have seen it. We've got a tighter integration between the manifest data and the biennial report data. We are looking to expand and improve the quality of that integration, and we thank the industry community and the state regulators reviewing these BRs for their feedback on that. Got one more slide highlighting our financial stats. So this is emphasizing the number of manifests that we brought in over the last two fiscal years. Fiscal 24, obviously in progress, 3 quarters in, brought in about 1.5 million manifests, collected about $17.5 million. And, that's consistent with collections, at that point in the fiscal year to date. And now, Carolyn, I'm going to turn it over to you to ask the board if you've got any questions.
Thank you, William. Perfect. All right, board members, any questions on William's presentation?
Good morning. I have two questions. My first question is, and it might be too early in the stage to answer these, but for the unmanifested reports, are they going to be as a report or are they going to be like converted into a manifest?
William, is that something you feel like you can answer, or Brian, or you came on?
This is Brian Gross. So those reports will still be reports. It'll just be in a different format. So the expectation will be that you must submit the manifest, unmanifested reports. So in general, for the manifest related reports, you still need to submit a manifest for that irregular shipment. And then as far as the explanation provided, you'll actually do that within the system itself. For the unmanifested waste reports, shipment reports, you will key that information in the system rather than providing some hard copy format. So everything is somewhat similar. It's just a different process or medium to get that information into our system.
Okay. And my second question is, if any of these reports, exception, unmanifested, or discrepancy report is submitted, is there going to be a way to flag the manifest so that way if we run a report, it will have like a little notation that there is additional documents that are related to it, since it's not going to necessarily replace the information on the manifest, so that way we know that we need to go look somewhere else?
So good question. So that's one of the reasons why we kind of delayed implementation of the manifest related reports. That's something that we're still trying to flesh out, and I'm sure that our IT team will be working with the states to sort of address some of their concerns and address in terms of how that workflow will work. But definitely that's something that we'll take under consideration as we move forward with implementation of the reports.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer and Brian. Any other questions from our board members before we move on to our next presentation? Jason.
Yeah, a couple quick questions. I was just wondering, and maybe this will be elaborated on further down through the presentations, but is there any discussion that EPA can provide about what those discussions with DOT and the haulers have looked like as far as, hurdles and progress made to improving usage of electronic manifest?
Anyone from EPA feel ready to take that one?
We addressed that. This is Steve Valley. Yeah, this is Steve Valley. We do address DOT coordination as one of our priorities later in the slide. And one of the things we would love to hear from the board as they deliberate and talk is their thoughts on this, because we do engage with the Department of Transportation rather regularly on the shipping paper and other concerns. And all I can say is we will discuss it later in the presentation as one of our ongoing priorities, but we do appreciate the board's input.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question I had with regard to training with industry and government entities that has been implemented, can EPA elaborate on, has that been primarily initiated by EPA, or has that been industry reaching out looking for assistance or guidance, or other states?
This has been, thank you for that question. This has been in direct result from the EPA policy memo directing Superfund and OEM to do cleanups, use electronic manifest for their cleanups and emergency spills. So EPA has been working with our Superfund and emergency management colleagues, and we've been providing trainings not just to the EPA persons who oversee and manage these spills, but the contractors they work with, as well as federal agencies that they partner with, such as the Army Corps of Engineers. We've been walking them through the system, discussing the practical applications of the system, not getting away from sort of the philosophical RCRA implications of hazardous waste and all that. It's just, this is how you use the system, and this is primarily because one of the things we've been working with with our Superfund colleagues is getting that language tightened up and firmed up in our contracts and work agreements for our EPA cleanups that says use electronic manifests. So part of that is contractors wanting to get ahead and being more aware of how to use the system, because most of them do ship hazardous waste in addition to working with the Superfund. But this is something that we've seen some good success with.
Steve, I'm going to elaborate also. I think in addition to that, we've also had state regulatory agencies reach out to our program either directly or by way of their EPA regional contacts, who are looking to get their staff trained and more familiar with eManifest, and we've been happy to provide that. And with industry, we'll have cases where, in many cases, it's usually kind of a direct reach out. Somebody is looking to maybe further integrate their industry system. They want to learn more about the program. And, we've been more than happy to sit down with anyone who asks and provide more details about it and, help train them on use of the system and integration with their current workflow. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve and William. Jason, did that address your question?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Pausing. All right. My agenda says Brian is up next for his presentation.
I'll take this. This is Steve. I believe I'm on the internal agenda. This is and Brian can support as needed. So this is the EPA response to our public solicitation for potential charge questions. We can go to the next slide, please. Earlier this year, in February, we published an FR notice requesting public suggestions for potential charge questions for which the agency considered bringing to the advisory board for their advice. We got multiple submissions, and relevant submissions from the public included matters related to the system's operational activities, functional enhancements, policies, and regulations of EPA under the eManifest Act. And as it shouldn't go stated, but I will state it again, we appreciate the enthusiastic response, and we are considering using this input for future advisory board meetings. Next slide, please. All right, we had two commenters who submitted questions that were better suited for direct engagement, and EPA has followed up with these commenters directly. So the first question was about allowing generators to pre-enter paper manifest tracking numbers for better tracking of their shipments. So if a generator would be able to, once the transporter leaves the site with their waste on a paper manifest, they leave a paper copy with the generator. So this user was requesting that they should be able to pre-enter that paper into the system so they can see what happens when the receiving facility ultimately uploads the final paper copy. And then there was another request for enhancement from a user for receiving and signing multiple manifests and grouping that. So in both cases, we're always going to encourage electronic manifests. And that is the way to, if you want to see a pre-entered manifest, generators, I do recommend the electronic manifest. This will give you the best tracking of your shipment. And as well as receiving and signing multiple manifests, the electronic manifest offers a lot of ways to see and farm out signatures and manage your waste better. So we have been in touch with them, and we're going to maintain contact with them. And we do appreciate their suggestions. And also, you don't need, if you have a suggestion like that, you do not need to wait for the docket to open. Inside of the RCRA info application for users, you can feedback or report an issue where you can request enhancements, ask questions, give potential ideas, report bugs right there in the system. And that goes into our ticketing system, and we will look at it and we will discuss it, and we will see, and we'll see what we can do about it. So we do appreciate user feedback, and more is always better. All right, we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, and the Association of State and Territorial Solid Waste Management Officials asked if EPA's guidance regarding, quote, voluntary manifests, meaning those not required by state or federal law, should be revisited in light of concerns of state regulatory programs. Now, this is a question we have heard from our ATSWAMO colleagues multiple times, and we took this up under our general counsel, and we have determined that we do not have the authority to require that receiving facilities submit and pay user fees to the e-manifest system for voluntary manifests. And we also would note that if state regulations require VSQG shipments to be manifested, those are not voluntary manifests. Receiving facilities are required to submit those manifests to the e-manifest system. Next slide, please. And closing things out, the Environmental Technology Council submitted suggestions around two main things. The one was a discussion of the practical program implications of a paper manifest sunset, meaning if we were to say, we need to get rid of the paper manifest and all manifests must be created in the system, they must be electronic, what would that do to the program? What would that look like? What would the impact be on fees? And there were other suggestions in there about comprehensive transition planning to include adapting processes and system modifications, sort of an enterprise reworking of moving an industry that is 99.5% paper to 100% paper. What would EPA's transition plan do that? So that was question one. And then sort of a follow along to that was biennial report integration. So we've discussed this in meetings past. It's discussed in our statute that e-manifest should support the integration of the biennial report information. So having a discussion and requesting advice about better understanding the differences and similarities, as well as gaining insight on future needs for our user community. So we have considered this input, and we will continue to consider this input while planning for future advisory board meetings. And that is the last slide in this one, and I will pause, throw it back to Carolyn. And
thank you, Steve. Members of the board, do you have questions for Steve on that presentation?
This is Jennifer. On the voluntary manifest, I'm a little confused because one of your CFRs says that if it's on a manifest, it must be uploaded, whether it's voluntary or not. So I'm a little confused on what is considered voluntary. I understand that VSQGs are not required to, but if they choose to use it, it should be uploaded. And it's putting a burden on the TSDs to determine, because a lot of these TSDs are not in the same state as the generator. So it's a burden on them to know what the state's regulations are on whether or not it's required. Not only that, but exception report, not exception, episodic requires it to be manifested. So the TSD might not know that. So I don't understand the concept that if it's that if it's voluntary, it doesn't have to be uploaded. But yet in another area, it says if it's on a manifest, it must be uploaded.
So this
this
is Brian Gross. So the regulations as it relates to VSQG shipments clearly state that they are not required to use a manifest. So we don't have the authority. We discussed this with our legal counsel, and the determination in their analysis confirmed that we don't have a legal authority to require that VSQG manifest if they use them voluntarily to submit those to the system. Secondly, our non-VSQG shipments, for example, for non-hazardous waste, if an entity wants to use a manifest to satisfy their DOT shipping paper requirements, again, the regulations I think you were referring to were for the receiving facility to submit the manifest to the system. Those relate to hazardous waste shipments. So if an entity is using a manifest as a shipping paper for the non-hazardous waste, again, we don't have the authority to require that they submit those to our system. So I understand your frustration, but again, we don't have the legal authority to require voluntary manifest, whether it's manifest for hazardous waste VSQG shipments or manifest for non-hazardous waste shipments. We don't have the authority to require that those be submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Brian and Steve, any other questions from the board? Pausing for a minute. Seeing no questions, I think, Steve, you're doing the problem statement next. Is that right?
That is correct. So, no, problem statement. Purpose of the meeting, men's amends. We are here to discuss setting user fees for a 2-year period, which requires the agency to project both its program costs and manifest uses for that period. So in particular, we have a set period of time. We have an estimate of the manifest we're going to be coming in, and then we have to divide those costs by the amount of manifest we anticipate to get. So we have developed our projections based on past data as well as anticipated changes for the upcoming 26-27 cycle. And we seek your consult on its projections. For example, respect to the estimated program costs, priorities, as well as usage rates by type of manifest. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder or a reiteration, so to sort of address that problem, as it were, we will continue to focus all aspects of the program to advance electronic manifest usage this period. So this includes policy updates, technical updates, user support enhancements, and direct outreach and assistance to our user groups. And also, providing technical support for pilot projects for individuals looking to transition from paper to electronic. We are here to work. So e-manifest is our job, and we don't want anybody thinking that they're in the dark or there's no assistance. We are here to help. So as we consider this program and our priorities and the manifest universe, remember that our number one job here is to get to 100% electronic manifest, and we won't do that without engaging the user community and meeting their needs. And I will pause here for any questions. I think we're ending the section.
Board members?
I hope I didn't confuse anybody.
This was a pretty short section, so
it was short, yeah.
Might not have any questions for you yet. So I think, is this where David Graham is up next?
Yes.
Okay, I think I've gotten myself aligned with the agenda now.
Thanks, Carolyn. So these are the eManifest program priorities. So the areas that the program believes we should focus our energies on, in addition to the day-to-day operations that we already conduct. Some background for this section. The eManifest program is steadfast in its goal to implement the electronic manifesting, and will continue to strive to achieve that vision of almost 100% electronic manifesting. Something to keep in mind is we're a multifaceted program. So we do IT development, policy, outreach, FACA. We have multiple stakeholders across various regulated industries, as well as federal and state regulators, the general public, all of which have a unifying need for ready access to electronic manifest data. The agency's program priorities for the upcoming fiscal cycle, remain focused on implementing the full electronic workflow to the greatest extent possible, which we can categorize into 5 different areas. So let's count them down. Next slide, please. Area number 1, increasing electronic adoption and VR integration. So the primary objective of the program for the next fee cycle is to increase electronic manifest adoption. If you've been a board member, you've been paying attention to our program in the past, you'll notice that this has not changed. This remains our top priority and a core tenet in every action that we take. All facets of the program, including system development, enhancement, outreach, policy, all focus on reaching this goal. In 2023, so last year, some more background for this, nearly 88% of all manifests were submitted as data plus image. Over 90% of those were submitted through our application programming interface, our data services. So we intend to build upon the success of our data services by building on those services and allowing for industries and as well as regulators to talk to our system to receive quality data through our APIs. Next slide, please. expanding end user support. So while the eManifest program does collect, process, and host a massive amount of data, we understand that the current situation is untenable, especially for state regulators, since the day-to-day operations of the eManifest program has drawn upon the state regulators' workforce, right, to help with things like user registration, application support, responding to waste-related questions. So we hear y'all. We wouldn't be where we are today without y'all. So to better serve both the regulated and the regulator communities, EPA intends to expand the current eManifest help desk role to assist state regulators with these tasks. Next slide, please. All right, coordinating with the U.S. Department of Transportation. I know that we had some questions about this earlier. So based on the board input from y'all in the past, as well as the public, we will continue to coordinate with our partners at DOT to ensure that we're working towards a more streamlined and shared future, right? So to that end, we've been engaging in conversations as well as industry conferences and work groups with DOTs. We continue to advocate for alternatives to their current requirements that a physical shipping paper on trucks is the only way to meet the safety needs of emergency responders. Yeah, next slide, please. All right, area number 4, implementing the eManifest third final rule. So as we mentioned earlier, the eManifest third final rule went final not too long ago. There are currently the efforts underway to implement the third rule. This includes things like generator outreach to ensure that they understand that they need to register if they're an LQG or an SQG. The new requirements regarding the manifest related reports, export manifest, outreach for all of that, as well as implementing functionality in the system. We anticipate that this process will take the next year and a half of time. There's going to be a lot of outreach going on between now and the effective date in January 2025, as well as between now and the delayed compliance date in December 2025. So a large part of the upcoming fee cycle. Next slide, please. All right, last, this is area number 5, but this is not our lowest priority, is improving data quality. So this remains a top priority for the agency, especially for this upcoming fee cycle. We will continue to develop functionality to expedite the identification and correction of these errors. We're going to expand contractor scope to work on auditing, submissions, and correction requests, as well as increasing coordination with state partners and enforcement officials. That is the end of this section. I'll turn it back over to Carolyn and wait for some questions.
All right. In a previous time, Jason had a question that might be related to this presentation. So I'm going to see, Jason, was there any more you wanted to ask?
Looks like Angie wants to go, so she can go ahead first.
Okay.
I'm finally able to get my video to work. I'm sorry. So would it be okay to go back to area? Can you show the slide for area 1? Because I had a couple questions there. Is that asking too much? So anyway, I'm going to ask questions about area 1 and area 3. So the data services, building on data services with industry users to send and receive quality data with our APIs. I guess I would like to talk a little bit about this or ask some questions, sorry. One of the things that seems to be holding everybody back is the two-way APIs. And I think it's going to be very expensive to make the two ways work right now. For everybody's kind of general information, in general, industry pushes data one way. Is there any interest from EPA in having workshops or sitting down with industry, tech people to talk about this two-way API? Because I think that's a huge hurdle to get to fully electronic manifest.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that you've been on the call lately with a couple that we've already had, and we're open to conversations with any industry or receiving facility that is looking to make better use of our services and how we can improve those services to facilitate that two-way communication. So absolutely.
I just want to make sure it was kind of for everybody. And then if we could go to area 3.
So Angie, before we move on
Sure.
to that, I just want to clarify, you asked if EPA was comfortable having technical conversations about this. Do you feel like the meetings that you're aware of are addressing what you're talking about, or are you looking for something different?
Something where we're rolling up our sleeves, getting people who are very technical to talk about API back and forth. I believe, based on my general conversations, and I'm not an IT specialist, it's going to be a very expensive and heavy lift to make this happen. And our teams probably need to do some real serious planning, and really needs to be people not like me, but like our programmers talking to your programmers, and not for an hour at a time, and probably in person. Do you see what I'm like? A workshop kind of is what I'm looking for.
I think I'll toss that to Steve because I don't want to make that commitment, but I believe
Yeah, I think that is something that is well within the capabilities of this program, and yeah, we'll discuss that, and especially if that ends up in the final meeting report, we will super consider.
Certainly. Well, it's good to ask now.
Program is a good idea.
It's good while you guys can still answer us to kind of start that conversation.
And I'm sorry to interrupt because Steve said something that kind of triggered me to just kind of read real quickly just to clarify. So just a reminder to the board, anything that you want included in the meeting minutes for the record, that is all to be shared during the deliberation of the charge questions section, not now. Now is just clarification. You're getting clarification from the agency, but if there's something you want to share that you want for the record for the agency to consider, please include that in the meeting minutes. Thanks.
Absolutely.
After the charge questions, yeah.
And also to sort of give a big shout out to the team. We do meet regularly through Teams or Zoom or any other meeting platform regularly with technical folks from a lot of companies, from the generators, transporters, receiving facilities, and third-party providers. So if you are out there, shoot us an email, and we have an agenda and talking points and slides and API guides ready to rock and roll.
Certainly, I'm looking for something a little more interactive and maybe with a little bit higher level folks, like our chief, technical officers and such, because of the budgeting associated with making these changes.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then area 3, and I'm doing this to make sure to remember to ask the questions that I wanted to ask. Okay, so we ask about, you guys mentioned that you're coordinating with DOT and that you're meeting with them. So my understanding is those meetings are between DOT and EPA, but other stakeholders aren't involved in those meetings. And I feel like, is there any more transparency you can give us to what's going on in those meetings? And lastly, you are aware of the DOT request for comment earlier this year on emergency response information electronically available? Those are my, 3 questions.
Yeah, they're not always, we work with them, for example, the remote signer policy, we work close coordination. That was something that was kind of between closed doors, but obviously it's available now, right? We had to make sure that we make sure what's possible before we release it to the public, right? And I think we were pretty happy with those results, and I think industry is as well. Other times it's more public, like I forget this is embarrassing, but the conference that we attended where we were able to talk with DOT and industry.
Costa, that was Costa, right?
That sounds right, yeah. Yeah, that was all out in the open with transporters and regulated entities. Man, can't talk right now.
And remember, a lot of the transporters are owned by industry partners as well, and they may or not be participating in those transporter only type discussions.
So Angie, is there a particular need that you think is not being met in the DOT conversation so we could make sure to fully understand your feedback here?
I feel like,
or your question, your clarifying
question.
Yeah,
I guess, and I know to say this again later, I guess my question is, can we facilitate a meeting where we're having industry, transporters, DOT, and EPA in a room to talk through some of the issues? Because I know the remote signer is great. There's concerns over who's remote signing and things like that. There's some expertise where people who understand both DOT and EPA regulations at the same time might be in the room, might help move the discussion forward.
Yeah, so I'm looking ahead to the charge question days, and basically after every charge question, there are questions like, what feedback does the board have about, and are there other factors EPA should consider? So any recommendations would be great to make sure that we discuss during that part of the conversation. I think that would be really helpful for us to make sure that we fully understand the suggestions of the board and can take those as recommendations.
Sure, and I'm trying to take this time to make sure that I'm not missing something that's already happening. Okay. And then
great.
And then the third question was, you were familiar with the record or the request for comments on electronic versions of emergency response information that DOT put out earlier this year.
Yes, as part of their project team, we have sat it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Great. So Jason earlier had a question about DOT, so I wanted to see, now that we have this slide up, if there was anything else that you wanted to ask.
Yeah, I think Angie hit on a couple of the things that I was interested about, but I guess specifically to EPA, is there, in those conversations with DOT, and I'm not looking for a super in-depth, breakdown, but are there, other than the requirement to have a shipping paper in the cab of the truck going with the shipment, are there other hurdles? I mean, I guess could EPA just kind of highlight what the massive big hurdles are with the DOT? Because that seems to be a reoccurring theme in these board meetings, that, DOT's, there's hurdles between e-manifest and DOT. I'm just wondering if EPA could just clearly state kind of what those big hurdles and challenges are, so that the board can better, understand what those discussions have looked like.
Is there someone from EPA who could address that?
Yeah, I can briefly. Oh, go for it, Scott.
Yeah, Steve pinged me. So, but yeah, and actually, Dave, please do follow up. This is Scott Christian, he, him. So we have had several conversations with DOT as well as with industry partners on barriers that they have. There is a barrier of the paper that has to be on the truck. That is still a barrier and something that needs to be fleshed out more. And DOT is a separate government agency. They have their own regulations and rules and interests as well. So, so it's getting in on those. We also recently had a conversation with Rail on their electronic systems and how they work as well. So continuing to build off those as well. It's not just trucks. Jason, I answer your question. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I believe that was the end of David Graham's presentation, and our next presenter is Brian.
And just real quick before you move on past the DOT, I would like to add that the barrier right now, especially for electronic manifest, is to print out a single 8.5 by 11 piece of paper from the system. So we also, we understand that, DOT has a lot on their plate, and they're dealing not just with hazardous waste haulers, but also, every type of moving vehicle you can imagine. So what the e-manifest system has right now is the ability just to print out one piece of paper from this system. So that's one of the benefits of the electronic, is you just print out a piece of paper, and if you don't like it, you can print out another on your from your office or your home.
Thank you, Steve.
I have one more question then. I'm sorry.
Angie?
I believe my question is, I think the only two things you have to have by paper by DOT are the emergency response phone number and the emergency response information, which most people fill in with the ERG number. I think those are the only two pieces that have to be printed. Am I incorrect in that understanding of the regulations?
Does anyone know the answer to that? Because that might be a DOT question, and I don't know that we have anybody from DOT here. So
yeah, that's probably better suited for DOT, but the overarching requirement is that a shipping paper must accompany the shipment, or it should be accompany the truck within the truck cabinet. So or cab. So from an EPA perspective, we are trying to satisfy the DOT requirements by saying, hey, you can print out the electronic manifest to satisfy that requirement. So we have to defer to DOT in terms of what their concerns are, what their regulations are, as we move forward to perhaps address this problem that the regulated community is seeing. But it's really something that's more so on DOT's end to get the ball rolling on perhaps making that change. But we are pursuing that with them and making sure that the regulated community and their concerns are being heard during those conversations with them.
Fair enough. So I will bring this up again later. We need people who understand both sets of regulations to have this discussion, because I think we're missing some stuff, but I'll bring that up when it's time.
Sure.
All right. I think we were ready to turn to Brian's presentation unless anyone else wants to ask any more questions before we do that. All right, Brian.
Great. So yes, my name is Brian Gross. I am the policy lead for the eManifest program. So we heard earlier from Sonia that the user fee revision process is conducted at a 2-year cycle by refreshing the program cost numbers and the manifest usage rates. We do that by feeding those numbers into the fee formula, and then the effect of churning out the projected fees for the next fee cycle are the fees that are based on the projected manifest user rates and the program costs. So I wanted to, if we could just go back to the previous slide. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Move forward. Oh, it looks like one's missing. So anyway, so we established our user fee formula in our user fee final rule back in January of 2018, and so essentially we put the program costs and the manifest user rates as they relate to the different submission formats to develop our user fees. So currently we have in place the user fees for the FY 2024 and 2025. And so as it relates to the scan image uploads, the fee the user fee rate per manifest is $22. So this is probably the highest because the labor incurred to process the paper manifests in the system, scanning them in, uploading them and doing a QA/QC on those is rather labor intensive as compared to the other submission types. But David and Kyle will do a deeper dive in terms of what the marginal costs are and what the definition of that is. So I don't want to get ahead of myself here. So with respect to the data plus image, it's another paper submission format. Those rates are cheaper because you're not doing that scan only image process. That's done before the manifests are submitted to our system through the data plus image. So you got the data file. So you got the data file that corresponds to the image, and that's a system to system transaction. So the marginal cost for that is should be cheaper. And finally, the cost for the electronic manifest $6 per manifest. Obviously, the marginal cost associated with the electronic manifest is probably nil, because marginal costs are associated with paper processing. So if we're dealing with electronic manifest, there shouldn't be a paper processing component to that. So with respect to some of the factors that we have to use as inputs into our fee formula, again, Kyle and David will do a deeper dive in terms of what those projected program costs and user manifest rates will be. But the factors that we have to consider are the O&M costs, the operation and maintenance costs, the marginal labor per manifest costs, the system setup costs, which I believe are the program costs, and the procurement costs, and of course the indirect cost rate. And again, the number of manifests that we are project to that will be submitted to our system during the next fee cycle in 2026, 2007. So these are some of the data inputs that we use. Past manifest information are the most current information as it relates to our program costs and our manifest user rates to inform us in projecting the future program costs and manifest user rates. So yeah, so David and Kyle, I think Kyle will be speaking next on those particular factors in greater detail. Next slide, please. Well, before we begin, I think we had slotted a half an hour on on the background of the user fee rule and methodology. So I don't know if I should turn to you, Carolyn, and if folks have questions, or should we just move directly to the next portion of the presentation?
Let's see if people have any questions. Pause for a minute. See if anyone speaks up. I am not hearing any questions. So Brian, I think you can continue.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Kyle.
I got this, Brian. This is Steve.
Oh, Steve. Okay. Not sure who was in the order. Thanks.
All right. So yeah, we are at slide 40, and we're going to be discussing operations and maintenance costs. So we are into the part of the white paper. So this is section 6 for those following at home, and we are going to be discussing the O&M costs. So the O&M costs, and this is from our user fee rule, this is the system-related costs incurred by the EPA or contractors after launch. So this includes operating the e-manifest system. So this is the underlying technology infrastructure, the care and watering of that, as well as software development and enhancements. Our user help desk for triaging issues for state and industry persons. Our paper processing center, which operates to collect and enter the data from image only and data plus image manifests. Cost incurred for the cross-media electronic reporting rule. So when the final manifest is signed or it is corrected, the user must perform a Chromair signature, which is essentially an EPA rule which authenticates a user as signing something officially for the government. And there are costs incurred with transmitting that information into the Chromair cyber warehouse, I think that's what it's called, and storing that and being able to retrieve it. Salary of the EPA program staff, advisory board costs, travel costs, as well as rulemaking costs such as economic analysis and federal printing things in the Federal Register and all that good stuff, as well as information collection requests, which are required to make sure that the forms we use to collect data from our regulated community are not too burdensome and make sure those are operating at peak efficiency. All right, so we can go to next one, slide 41. All right, so our total estimated O&M cost for 26-27 is roughly $25 million. And the breakdown is roughly 60% are IT-related costs, such as e-manifest software development and system support and EPA program staff who are on the IT side. And the other 40% are non-IT, which includes paper processing center, includes non-IT program staff, travel, advisory board costs, and those of the like. So in general, yeah, as you can see, 60-40, nice clean ratio right there. All right, we can go to the next slide. And we're going to break down our IT and O&M cost summary. So as you can see, the 60% of the O&M is for e-manifest system development. And then we have electronic system O&M below that. And then we also have the salary for our IT support staff. And these are 2-year costs. We have our costs for the help desk, as well as Chrome Air costs. We have our general expenses and working capital costs. And the total is about $15 million, which is roughly 60% of our total O&M, as we can see right there. All right, so we can go to the next slide. And now we're here for our non-IT O&M costs. So these are our non-IT costs for the program. So we can see it totals up to about 40% of our O&M, which matches up nicely with that chart on page 42. And the overwhelming percentage of the non-IT O&M is the paper processing center operations and maintenance. This is the cost incurred to keep the paper processing center operational. So this is the costs associated with operating the paper processing center that aren't specifically related to the labor rates of keying in that manifest information. So this is for their management, for their overhead, for their facilities, and the like. Then we have our salary, our non-IT salary and SGE. We have our advisory board contracts where we are planning on posting 1 per year, as well as our rulemaking and ICR contracts, our EPA and FACA travel, and it totals roughly $10 million or 40%. And before I send it over to Kyle, do we have any questions about this cost summary? Because we will dive into more specific areas.
Board members, any questions?
Yeah, just one quick question on this is Sixto Ortiz with WM. The paper processing center, do you have a breakdown on what the majority of those costs are? Or are those simply the costs involved in paper people entering image only into the system?
Yeah, so the way it works is, yes, we have the sort of the overhead O&M costs, which are roughly $6 million, and that's costs for operating that contract for 2 years that are not associated with the entry of the paper. This is just mainly the statute requires us to be able to enter paper and accept paper, and this is the part that is not associated with the actual keying in of that information. Okay. And then the estimated labor costs are separate for that. They're in the paper center marginal labor costs, and okay. Those will be discussed later. I don't have those numbers exactly off the top of my head.
Thank you.
And I should note that we are using the highly differentiated fee formula. So the costs of those $6 million to operate the paper center over the two-year period are split amongst the image only and data plus image manifests. The electronic type manifest, the fully electronic and the hybrid, they do not pay that cost. That was one of our incentives to generate electronic. So if you would not rather pay for the operation of the paper center, electronic will not include those costs in that fee.
Steve, this is Albert.
Great.
I have 2 questions. In terms of system development, what does that cost involve?
Oh, for system development, we're about to dive into that section right next.
Okay. The other question is, in terms of the salary for IT staff, how many staff do you have supporting this system?
So we will discuss, that's also a slide. I don't have those numbers directly off of my head, but I believe it's NITFTE or something in the neighborhood. We have. I don't want to give you exact, so we do have exacts later.
Okay, because I'm worried that we're not compensating the IT staff sufficient. Because looking at the market, a lot of transitions and people move to the private sector or something like that. That's why I'm asking that question.
And then we have a section. We have a salary section coming up in just a few slides.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions before we go on? I will just note that we are scheduled to take a lunch break at noon. So Steve, as you're calibrating your presentation, let's see if we can find a natural spot for a lunch break at noon, and then resume with wherever we've gotten to in the presentation.
All right, I think we can end at slide 40, at the end of slide 48, and then after lunch we can come back with upcoming functionality.
Great. Excellent. So take it away.
Cliffhanger. All right, so I will send this to Kyle Markley.
All right, thank you, Steve. Kyle Markley. So I'll be covering the electronic system operations and maintenance costs. So these are really composed of three main areas. The first being the cloud hosting. So eManifest uses infrastructure as a service, commonly known as IaaS. So our environment is scalable, allows real-time, on-demand, and automated provisioning of various computer resources to keep our environment available and operational without human interaction. Another main component is the authority to operate the ATO. So this is necessary for any federal IT system, and it's a result of evaluating the system security controls through a security assessment. The signed ATO means the agency has accepted the risk associated with the use of the system. The ATO is granted before the initial system launch, as well as after system launch in intervals of usually 1 to 3 years. And I think we can go to the next slide. All right, and then the last component of the electronic system O&M cost is the user account migration to login.gov. So this is in response to the executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity. For EPA applications, we've used multi-factor authentication through login.gov. So this is a government-wide shared solution that offers the public secure and online access to participating government programs. So users are able to securely sign on with one user ID and passwords for multiple government agencies using the same account. RCRA Info and eManifest just completed that migration for their industry users last month in production. So we've been there for about 6 weeks now with users in production using login.gov. Using login.gov, all external users have their identities verified in accordance with NIST SB 863. The program anticipates this verification will be applicable for 2 cases. First is identity assurance level 1. So for self-asserted identities, these are users with non-Chrome Air privileges. So these are users that view and prepare manifests. And then the second, IAL2, remote or physically present identity proofing. So these are users that perform final signatures on manifests, certify corrections on manifests, as well as do API submissions. Next slide, please. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, great. This slide here just covers the summary of the numbers. So in FY 2026, the cloud hosting costs are $500,000. IT security and assessments are $20,000, and the login.gov costs are $250,000. FY 2027, the costs are pretty much the same with the exception of the cloud hosting being 550,000, and then the total across both fiscal years is 1,590,000. Next slide, please. All right, the e-manifest system development costs. So the estimated costs across fiscal year 26 and 27 is 4.5 million for a total of 9 million. This is composed of contract costs for development, which includes enhancements for EPA system management, enhancements for industry and state regulatory stakeholders, and the general public data access. The activities associated with the development include, associated with this area is development of the software, testing of the software, incorporating user feedback, and additional support activities. Next slide, please. All right, one huge area for us is electronic adoption. So this is software updates focused directly on the electronic manifest workflow. So a few areas to highlight are additional enhancements for the quicker sign, remote sign workflow based on user feedback. So this is going back to the remote signer policy and how the system can best accommodate the interactions and providing the signatures for that for electronic manifest. Next, electronic manifest rejections, just doing some additional tweaks for the logic in the system to accommodate rejections back to the generator. Next is bulk and batch manifest creation. So we know a lot of manifest shipments are routine and regular between between generators and transporters and TSDFs. So we want to provide functionality to be able to create these routine shipments easily in the system. Maybe being able to have some templates so you can easily launch a shipment very quickly rather than having to key in large pieces of information routinely. So yeah. Next, for the shipments involving rail, we obviously know that there's some specific regulations and requirements for how rail shipments occur, both in what goes on the ground and what the regulations require. So there are some enhancements we're looking to make to accommodate those shipments and make that process more streamlined. And then lastly, this is more of a broad theme, just making the application, the user interface easier to navigate based on user feedback. One of the big kind of sub theme there is just giving users the ability to perform frequent actions, reducing clicks, letting people get to where they need to get to quickly, and not taking a long time to get there. And another big area is letting users find their manifest more quickly. So adding some additional filtering, search capabilities, and highlighting manifests that require action.
Yeah, and to put an additional pin in that for the easier navigation, if you are a user in the system and you find yourself getting stuck or something's not intuitive, or if you need something, please hit that feedback button. We take those UI enhancements for easier navigation. We take those very serious, and they're not major updates to make. So please let us know about the usability of getting around RCRA info, and let us know if you get stuck, what's working, what's not working. Enhancements, please let us know.
Great. And I think that was my stopping point. So I'll guess defer back to Carolyn to see if anyone has any questions.
Thanks, Kyle. Board members, any clarifying questions for EPA? This is your last barrier before lunch.
Yeah, this is Sixto Ortiz with WM, and I had a question about the login.gov I believe that was slide 47. If you can maybe show that slide right quick. Possible. Yeah, it looks like login.gov is costing $500,000 over a 2-year period, about $250K per year. And I just wanted a little bit more clarity on what exactly those costs entail. I mean, I thought the login.gov switch was a one-time, we switch authentication to login.gov, as many government systems are doing now. So I'm not sure I understand why there is an ongoing pretty large cost associated with this. So any clarity that you might have is appreciated.
Yes, that is a great question, Sixto. Yeah, so those are estimates for what it's going to cost us to use the CDX version of login.gov. And as CDX and us work through login.gov, one of the few items that is outstanding is seeing what our phone bill is going to be for migrating all of our users and using login.gov regularly. This is our estimate, and it might be a bit high. And these are not, this is what we're presenting now. And the final fees don't need to be presented until July of next year. So as the program moves forward, and as time moves on, we'll have a better idea of what exactly those costs will be. But we've been with login.gov for about six weeks now. So this is one of the areas where we're going to be tightening up that projection as we get closer to the deadline to update the user fees. However, we didn't want to say, well, we assume it's going to be free and be in a situation where it's like, well, actually, no. So we wanted to give ourselves a wide margin on what it's actually going to cost.
Got you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this section of the presentation?
Yes, Carolyn, I do have just a clarification question. So when you talk about Kyle, when you talk about the cloud hosting, and I was wondering whether it's a FedRAMP compliant, or is it required as a FedRAMP compliant for those cloud service provider?
That is a great question. Yes, we are. I believe we have Thomas Reeves, our security lead, on. If he wants to chime in and answer that more specifically. Is Thomas here? Yes, he's here. I'll let him answer that.
Yeah. Hi, this is Thomas Reeves. Yes, the AWS environment that we are hosted in is FedRAMP compliant. It's FedRAMP moderate across the board. So yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarification. Sure. Yeah. And another question, just sort of more also the clarification. So when you talk about the user API, and then I was wondering, so it seems like there are two major types. So one is user actually, they have to integrate their own IT or the system, information system with our EPA e-manifest. And then the other one seems like they can just log on to I think it's a RCRA info system directly. So I was wondering what kind of percentage is the majority of user, they rely on integration of the information system with API, or they can just go directly to the cloud hosting website.
So yeah, I think we covered the breakdown of the submissions earlier, but yeah, just those rough numbers are about 90% of I think all manifests come in through the API, and the other 10% coming in through the user interface. The majority of the manifest submissions to date have been paper plus data submissions. And obviously we're trying to get to as much as many electronic manifests as possible. So, and we don't see as many electronic manifests come in through the API. A majority of those are through the user interface. Those are mostly, smaller to medium-sized companies using the user interface with maybe not as, large IT departments but there have been numerous conversations and progress with some of the larger companies looking to integrate with electronic shipments through the APIs.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Pause for just a minute. All right, I'm not hearing any questions. So, Fred, I don't know if there are any instructions you want to give to anybody before the lunch break. Our schedule calls for us to have a break for lunch from noon to 1 Eastern time. Fred, any instructions you want to give or any information to anyone?
Oh, no, I just wanted to remind the audience again, if there's anybody out there in the public audience that wants to provide oral public comment, please email me by 2 p.m. Eastern time today at jenkins.fred@epa.gov. And we will be returning at 1 p.m. Eastern time for lunch, as Carolyn actually just stated. Please enjoy your lunch. Please enjoy your extra 5 minutes you got, or 6 minutes you got for lunch. And we'll see y'all at 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to ask the board members to just mute yourselves and close your cameras until lunch is over. And we'll be seeing everybody. We'll do a roll call to make sure we have quorum of the board at 1 p.m. Thanks so much.
See you back in about an hour.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Fred, are you here? Would you like to say anything to reopen our afternoon?
Oh, sure. I'm here. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Welcome back. So we're going to resume the second half of today, and can we just do a quick roll call to make sure that we have at least a quorum of members before we get officially started again? So, Carolyn, do you have your slide of all the members? Can you?
I do. And I can start by saying Carolyn Hoskinson is here. And then I will call on our members of the board. So Terry?
Present, ma'am.
All right. Jason?
Present.
Jennifer?
I'm here.
Michelle?
Yes, I'm here.
Angie?
Present.
Sixto?
Here.
Albert?
Present.
And Jackie?
Present as well.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being so wonderfully prompt on returning back after our lunch break. I will note many of our board members are not in the East Coast time zone, so I don't know what kind of a break it was for you, whether it was a lunch break or not, but our break. So thank you, everyone, for coming back. And we will resume our presentations. I hope that our AV folks remember what slide we were on of the PowerPoint presentation to restart us. I did not take note of that. Excellent, thank you. And Steve, can you let us know who is up next to continue the presentation?
Our most recent birthday boy, Scott Christian. Happy birthday.
All right.
Belated.
Thank you, Steve. Scott Christian, he, him. Start again, even though I spoke earlier. Well, thank you all. So Keith, if you please can go to the next slide. Kyle got this slide, but it's a very important piece of our upcoming functionality. Included over the next 4 slides will be other pieces of functionality we want to work on as a team. This first bit is our billing and invoice management. We are looking to increase basic usability of our invoices. We're working with the CDX to enhance the payment widget, which we use through pay.gov. So similar to login.gov, there's also pay.gov, and they are a part of Treasury, and we're looking to ways of allowing multiple invoice payments. So for sites that have maybe several sites that a billing administrator would be needing to pay. So working with them to see if we can do that, working with pay.gov. Additionally, automating of deletion credits. So just a more streamlined way of doing when there's a duplicate. So, and public service announcement as well. If you are in the TSDF world, please, if you make a mistake on a number, do not upload the correct number. Just say it's there. Put in that ticketing system that Steve has been advertising, our feedback loop. Just say, hey, we made a mistake. We can fix it. It's a lot easier to fix the number than it is to delete and make a credit. So public service announcement on that. And then this is something that was brought up at the last meeting, and we still have it on our list to do, which is a new industry role for billing, so that those who just do billing and only billing and don't handle manifests can only do billing. And then let's go to the next slide. So user functionality, data quality. As you heard, data quality is a key thing that we are working on. And we've done a lot of correction enhancements, as you also heard earlier, but we're going to do a few more. Correction requests on all manifests from the PPC / our help desk. That is coming along very well and will be released very shortly. And then some waste reporting enhancements. So you heard earlier about the BR integration that we did over the last cycle. For this next cycle, we are pushing folks more to use more density reporting of BR submissions, as well as doing some more research. California has reached out to us as well on some of their density as well. But yeah, if you're using our system services, and we've been helping folks, we actually help folks a lot when they ask questions about using their services, using our services. The BR field is part of the waistline. It's a very easy integration if you have that data already, if you have the density information along with your waistlines to be able to upload that and provide a more realistic view of your data. And then aligning waste data with the permitted facility and management method codes. This is a big thing in our office, building off of last BR cycle. All right, and let's go to our next slide. So infrastructure. We continue to work on our infrastructure. We're working towards some archiving strategies, as well as making our databases more resilient. We also are going to be working internally to make our data more accessible publicly, and working through that. So national reports for industry, state, and the general public to make that data more accessible and more out there that we already have. All our data is released after 90 days. Our regulators know they can access our reporting data as well, and we have reports in the system, but this is getting this more out there. Another thing that we are working on, we have worked on, David Graham and Kyle Markley have done a lot of good work on this, is improving our documentation in GitHub, where we have our documentation currently. We have Swagger documentation. I've uploaded some updates to the schema because we've been making some schema updates for additive nature, things that non-breaking changes, but additional functionality you can do. For example, the search functionality you heard about earlier. So we're going to continue to work on our documentation. And the last thing is independently test and debug our software through automated testing throughout the application. We've recently just finished and will be going live this Friday, and a tagging of our data of all our fields in the application, so that we can start running these tests, these independent tests on the system to ensure higher quality software. So we do have pretty high quality software now, but just will make it a lot easier to do all the testing. Ironically, testing all of that was a ton of work. So, but I'm very glad it's going through, and we'll have a good release this Friday. And let's go to the next slide. Carolyn, David was on it, but he and I talked, just for smoothness. I'll take this last slide. And the last is the rulemaking. We have, as you know, there is a part of the rule goes live in January, and part of the rule will go live in December of next year. So we're working through, currently I'm working on the updates to the international section for the waste form, and then getting that through some of our other developers, so that that'll be ready for you in January in the system. And then for later on in the year, we have the export manifests, and then the related billing work on that, as well as those reports that Jen was asking about earlier, the discrepancy exception on unmanifested waste reports. And to reiterate the point that both Steve and Brian made, we have initial designs, initial thoughts on this, but we will be running those on the user calls, which we have every month. And the next one's October 1st, but this will not be a topic for it on October 1st. But just to let you know, just stay tuned to those as well. And that ends my slide. So Carolyn, back to you.
Excellent. Board members, any questions for Scott? Apparently, Scott made the presentation on upcoming functionality so clear that nobody has any questions.
All right. Thanks, Carolyn.
All right. Thank you. And who do we have coming up next?
That'll be me.
All right. Hey, William.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Scott. So I'm going to go a bit into some of our O&M costs. Next 4 slides. For the coming fee period, fiscal year 26 and 27, We anticipate a total expenditure approximating $325,000 for CROMAIR costs. CROMAIR, that's the cross-media electronic reporting rule. And these costs are internal cost shares relating to EPA's, IT shared services offices pertaining to meeting the requirements as we're bound by 40 CFR Part 3. Next slide, please. All right. So you have heard my team mention earlier a talk about expanding help desk functionality. Obviously, we have some existing costs around that, and this is what we forecast for 26 and 27, approximating $500,000. And that expansion is, of course, in part thanks to the recommendation to the board in our October 2022 meeting. Next slide, please. All right, so the help desk expansion as we envision it will provide a number of services, including those you see on the screen right now. This will include both a number of practical system management things, as well as some additional help with particular manifest workflows and scenarios and technical troubleshooting. And we envision this allowing us to do more and reach more members of regulated industry who would like assistance, and take some of the time and direct hours off of the plates of our state partners, enabling them to do more of the rest of their job and the rest of the eManifest program. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that state users will also see benefits, but they're also going to get some help desk services directly. So in addition to, the help desk covering some of their responsibilities, they'll also have the ability to reach out and get some help on a number of subjects as well. And in addition to their own practical things, we regulators forget our passwords sometimes plenty too, but also some of the practical ins and outs, such as, getting facilities into lookup maintenance, providing information and data quality reporting, assisting with data translation into and out of state systems, as well as general information on the system and on software updates. All right, I believe at this point I am handing it back to a member of my team. So Carolyn, I'm going to ask you to poll the board for questions.
Fantastic. Board members? Any questions?
This is Jennifer Hopper. This is Jennifer Hopper with Maryland Department of Environment. When you say about the help desk helping with the registration and the users within the system, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
You're cutting in and out a little bit.
I don't know how to fix that.
That's okay. Try again.
Okay. My question is, when you're talking about the help desk with help with the user registrations, and are they going to be doing approvals, or is that still going to be kept with the system administrator from each state?
So that is something that we anticipate discussing on a state-by-state basis. Certainly some states may be comfortable with establishing an SOP and, leaving that in the hands of, our contract staff here, the, expansion of the help desk. Other states may prefer to exclusively manage that themselves as they do today. And both of those options would be on the table. And that's something that we, confirm with each state before continuing.
Yeah, Jen, this is Steve Donnelly, and I can provide further clarification. How we envision it now is sort of how we do it right now with the RCRA info application, whereas the states that haven't opted into My RCRA ID or BR, those requests come to EPA headquarters, and we have an SOP where if a user has a domain name associated with their email address and they're requesting access to the site, they get approved, and if not, we go to another level of contacting someone from that site. Excuse me. We envision it'll be like that. So state can do it if they want, do it the way they want to do it. If they would like EPA to handle it, we would do it following our SOP.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
Hi, Jackie Velasquez. Quick question. So about the help desk, do we currently have a mechanism in place for measuring customer satisfaction or receiving any other feedback on the help desk?
Great question.
Steve, I'm going to defer to you on this question regarding the CDX help desk that they maintain and the feedback measures that we get.
Thank you. Yeah, right now our help desk is primarily focused on user account creation, and we do have metrics for that. And it's a very low level of support they're providing, and we've been able to get it so we have a very high level of satisfaction with that interaction. We're anticipating increasing the level of complexity of interaction between our users and the help desk. So we imagine there will be a lot more information to get once we increase the complexity of that interaction. But right now it's fairly simple, and it is very high level of satisfaction based on the current interaction. And questions right now, more complex questions, come to EPA headquarters as states or regions.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Steve, my question is this: is the help desk centralized or is it distributed?
We envision the help desk as being centralized. Well, right now, the help desk is operated in a different office, and it's just for account creation. But we would centralize those functions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Albert.
One more question, Jennifer Hopper. Is the help desk going to be incorporated into the PPC? Are they going to overlap each other, or are they going to be treated separately?
That is to be determined, but we envision there would be some interaction between the data entry of the manifest as well as issues with the upload of the manifest, as well as interactions with the help desk. We haven't gotten anything in place that would solidify that as a single relationship. No.
Any other questions? If not, we can put the PowerPoint back up and continue the presentation. Steve, who's taking this next part?
We are on slide 58. Correct.
Correct.
Yes, that would be me. Yes. So this is a summary of the EPA program costs that will be, excuse me for just a moment to get some water. William, would you mind handling the slide? Thank you.
Yes, happy to do so. So for those of you who are on the board and those of you out in the world, you will have seen these numbers in the white paper published in the docket. But broadly here, this specifies our program costs for the period covering fiscal 26 and fiscal 27. In most cases, these are actually, I believe here, yes, in all cases but one, these are the same year over year, with a slight decrease in kind of our other contracting costs into fiscal 27. Next slide, please. So there was an earlier question about salary. Now we can now get into kind of some of the specifics. These are our program costs specifically for salaries. As you can see, there's a slight lean towards non-IT costs in that salary breakdown, but it's reasonably close to 50-50. This includes both all of us traditional EPA FTEs, as well as SGEs, such as some folks sitting on the board. Next slide, please. So the primary the primary organization of the folks who are represented by EPA salary are those of us here in the Office of Land and Emergency Management, the mighty OLEM. and it's broken down as you see here on the slide. We have a few folks in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, or rather one, billed as one FTE, who are responsible for billing, payroll, some auditing functions. But the primary folks within this work in the Office of Land and Emergency Management. And regarding salary rates, it's important to note that all of these folks, these are U.S. General Schedule salaried employees. Next slide, please. Travel. We anticipate the potential for in-person advisory board meetings in the future, as well as other travel related to the program. And as such, EPA and FACA travel is estimated at $46,000 over the 2-year cycle. Next slide, please. All right, working capital fund. This is kind of the general, lump cost of the things that the eManifest program pays into at EPA, as a share of the, shared benefits that we get, for a number of factors, including things like publishing in the Federal Register, subscription services, things like that. And we estimate that at $300,000 for the next 2 years. Next slide, please. Advisory board contracts, that covers kind of some of the support, the management, the accessibility of these meetings. We estimate, like I said, the potential of hosting one in-person meeting per year and approximating $30,000 for that cost. Next slide, please. All right, rulemaking and information collection request contracts. So obviously the eManifest program, like any other, is bound by certain regulatory requirements to conduct impact economic analyses. And when collecting requests and requiring information of the public that requires analysis, some of that is conducted through external contracts. And for some of the reasons you see there, such as modifications of the EPA forms, the eManifest ICR, other related rulemaking documents, we do expect a small amount of money. And as I mentioned, this is the one part of that program cost that goes down into fiscal 27, totaling an approximately $105,000 over these next 2 years. Next slide, please. All right, operation and maintenance costs for the paper processing center includes those, management and overhead costs, is a little over $6.1 million for that 2-year cycle. Next slide, please. All right, Steve, are you back, or do you want me to knock on through this and go into the next section? Or perhaps actually even more than that. Now is a great time, Caroline. I'm going to turn it over to you to ask the board if they have questions.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. Board members, any more questions?
Yes, this is Albert. I noticed that there's no change in the salary amount allocated for the both years. Is that an oversight or is that on purpose?
These are based on estimates for a fully loaded FTE for those 2 years. So we don't have estimates for what we just have a general number that we carry over for 2 years. And I believe it's fully loaded 180K, and that's on the high end. So that's a general ballpark. But
okay.
We imagine that we would cover all that.
All right. Second question, there's not really a breakdown between the number of IT and non-IT staff. Is there any way, is it something that I'd be able to find out?
I'm looking for a little further clarification. What exactly would you be looking for when that comes to that breakdown?
Because you have a number of 19 staff that's listed on the slide, but there's no breakdown of non-IT and IT staff, because your staff, your IT staff will be providing a lot of support. I guess a point of contact with the vendor, I'll call it the vendor or the contractor and stuff like that. So is that the number of people working on that project on the IT side?
So I believe if we can bring back slide 60, please. Share, I think so we show that we have 9 and 9 for the IT or non-IT, but I suppose my question back would be, what would be a more clarifying breakdown that would aid you?
Because that pertains to my first question. Make sure that the staff are compensated in such a way that they would not be tempted to join the private sector.
Well, we are federal employees. We're dedicated, and I think the federal service offers a lot of benefits that the private sector doesn't. There's a lot of good things. So yeah, one of the issues for a different advisory board meeting would be keeping, attracting and retaining talent, particularly in information technology. But I do want to say one of the hallmarks of what makes RCRA Info and eManifest such a great and high operating application, not just for industry, but for regulators, is we don't have 9 right now, but the FTE we have working on the eManifest program, we are the firepower behind the system. We have great contractor support, but when it comes to making the decisions, managing deployments, testing, Scott will attest to approving the JIRA tickets and looking at code merges. We roll up our sleeves, and we're very unique, and hopefully we won't be more this unique in the future, but we are a very hands-on application. So one of the things that keeps people staying with RCRA Info and eManifest is that, unlike several other, a lot of government projects, is that we do have hands-on interactions with the application and our user community as on a daily basis, and we get to make changes, and we get to interface with our users, not just on the system side, but on the policy side. And it's a great privilege. So I think, there's more important things more important things than money for some people. And I think this is one of them.
And well, I very graciously appreciate the thought that we should be paid more. There is also the consideration that as general schedule employees, our pay and the scale and the total compensation is capped according to government-wide policy. And so, as Steve mentioned, there's a lot more reasons than money, but even if we wanted to change something about that, that is firmly beyond our control to do so.
Right. I'm just curious if the slots are off or billets are all filled up and things like that, because needing the help, all hands on deck time, when the time needed, you need to have all your hands, basically every slot's fulfilled. Because having worked in the industry and even currently in the university, I noticed that there's a lot of help needed to fill these slots, and it's not easy. And I compliment your team, basically be able to do all these things with the needed resources that they have right now.
But yes, if we could double or triple the size of our team, that would be great.
Steve, are these positions fully filled at this point in time? I think was part of what Albert was asking.
No, they are not fully filled, but we are looking to fill them.
Any other questions from anyone on this section of the presentation? If not, I think we can move on.
Oh, good. Paper Processing Center O&M costs. So we're going to go into the costs of operating the paper processing center. Next slide, please. And we're going to go into the marginal labor costs. So this is the human labor that is incurred. This is not my language. This is from the user fee rule. So this is the human labor costs incurred by the staff operating the paper center to do the data key entry. And it's broken down by level of complexity and time spent on the particular manifest type. As Brian said earlier, image upload requires the most time. Data plus image is more of a QA function, and then electronic is the least interaction. All right, and I will, next slide is 68, and I believe William is back on.
Thank you, Steve. All right, the next few slides highlight, one of the biggest marginal labor costs and, broadly cost of the programs, and that's data quality issues with paper manifests. We've highlighted in this meeting already and in every meeting to date that the program's top priority is 100% adoption of electronic manifests. And the next few slides are something of a greatest hits of why that is. So, this slide, summarizes the management and running down of those issues is a significant factor in the marginal cost of paper manifests. And if we proceed to the next slide, please, we'll start with first and foremost, number one, and that's missing manifests. So we've heard this discussed before. This is the idea that any manifest required by federal or state law has to be uploaded. And there are cases where that's not done for a number of reasons, whether that's misapplication of the VSQG manifest requirements, inaccurate category determination for that generator, misunderstanding of the need for manifesting TSCA waste and state wastes and the submission to eManifest, technical issues, user error, the few people who haven't heard the good word of the eManifest system, any number of reasons. But broadly, there are manifests out there in the world that don't get submitted, and that's both time to run those down as well as projected manifests that don't end up in the system and therefore affect how those marginal costs are distributed. So I mentioned earlier in this presentation, we've made some recent enhancements to the biennial report validation process, and we estimate that this cycle alone, we may have identified as many as 50,000 missing manifests and or ones from previous years that should have been uploaded and later were. And the big advantage of electronic manifests is that by originating in the system, there's an initial record that can't be lost once it's created. Whereas with paper manifests, we're dependent on their upload at the conclusion of the shipment to ever know they existed. Next slide, please. All right, a common one, of course, you can't get started if the image is incorrect. If that number as submitted is not the one that's on the manifest, that has to be corrected. And the PDF has to match that number. So there are a number of those, pardon my pun here, that require correction by the paper processing center before they can be corrected to eManifest. Because the electronic manifest doesn't require transcription, it's a non-issue for those. A less common issue is when waste handlers utilize paper manifests that were printed either not by an EPA registered printer or erroneously duplicated, and that requires following an SOP to get those in the system correctly such that they're not blocking the upload of another valid manifest number, but also making sure that that shipment is documented correctly. Next slide, please. Of course, other common issues, perhaps a manifest, the number of transporters exceeds the 2 on the top manifest document, 8722, and goes on at the continuation sheet 22A. But if that first manifest is that first sheet is the only one that's transcribed, perhaps we're not getting the full list of transporters, and that reduces the effectiveness as a chain of custody record, as well as reduces or eliminates the possibility that those subsequent transporters can access the manifest record through RICR-info. So we've estimated about 10% have erroneous transporter data. Research by some of the states has corroborated that number. And again, use of the electronic manifest eliminates that issue. So running down those, making sure there's the full picture, the full, all of the data, the full image has been uploaded is, one of the data quality issues that we see and an impact on the cost. Next slide, please. A common one, probably the one that is the most in your face, and if you've been in the manifest world, you see the most, is the invalid generator ID. So this is a case where either the generator ID was entered incorrectly, if a site like a VSQG, maybe that was required to use it, such as for an episodic event, they have an ID, but it wasn't used. It was transcribed incorrectly, or it was associated, sent up digitally, but associated with another site that is a customer of the same waste company. All of this can lead to an invalid generator ID that doesn't match the manifest or doesn't match the correct site. And in addition to muddying up the total picture of waste, it also makes it more difficult for those generators, nay, impossible, to see their record in record info. So correcting that, making sure that that information matches what's written on the manifest and that that's correct is another such cost. Next slide, please. All right. Data quality boxes 10, 11, and 12. So these refer to boxes 10, 11, and 12 on the manifest. That is kind of the core information about the container, the quantity, the weight. These are the things where, one extra zero becomes, turns a small shipment in the back of a truck into a swimming pool full of hazardous waste. And notwithstanding the fact that none of us want that, that also leads to, things such as a facility is, considered to be in the next category when they're actually not, or, inaccurately depicts the volume of waste being shipped. We don't want that. We want that data to be the highest quality and for that transcription to be accurate. So when you're transcribing from a paper manifest, when you're, there are several human steps in there, humans make errors, and reducing that is a big focus of our data quality efforts. And it's, unfortunately, one of the things that contributes to the cost of, paper manifests. I note there typographical and clerical, human errors, human steps make human errors. And so we believe that, a number of those come in from, submissions, handwriting, what's been transcribed and uploaded. But of course, the PPC, even with their multi-step QA process, they themselves are capable of making errors. And, validating that, going back, fixing it, those kinds of things, retraining employees contributes to marginal labor costs as well. But finally, the electronic manifest strongly reduces these issues, their errors and their associated costs. Next slide, please. All righty, I will, Steve, please stop me if at any point I'm veering into somebody else's section, but I'm gonna hit the workflows of the various manifests and result in their marginal cost per manifest. So the image upload process, that's where a designated facility is going to enter the MTN. They're going to indicate what facility they are, their role, include the PDF file, upload it to RCRA either by the web interface or more likely services. And the paper processing center staff will have to key in directly, then they'll have to do their multi-step QC QA process. And all the while, once it's been uploaded, there will be an incomplete record. The manifest number will have been, it'll be searchable. The submitting facility information will be available, and optionally the generator facility if they've chosen to key that in. But the full data of all the manifests won't be available until the PPC has finished that three-step process. All of this results in an estimated marginal cost per manifest of $9.96. Next slide, please. The data plus image manifest. So the PPC has primarily focused QA on mail. Those were the ones that were physically mailed to the PPC back when they maintained a physical office. They were a physical center, and the image only. We've had some pilot projects where they're performing QA/QC on selected data plus image manifest profiles where we've identified, a notable error rate or some other reason to focus attention on that. But the overwhelming majority of their time and effort is spent on, data entry and QA of those two that I discussed. So data plus image, that basically follows the workflow I mentioned before, except the PPC doesn't do any of the transcribing. That's entirely the entry, and any QA is done by the submitting facility. This represents approximately 88% of all submissions, and the lower number of, the fact that the PPC doesn't have to get involved to key that in directly means a much lower marginal cost of $1.39. Next slide, please. Finally, the electronic manifest, to the extent that there are marginal costs for that, it's related to registering users, broadly managing the underlying infrastructure. And, in those rare cases, if the system cannot, if the system is out and electronic manifests have to be entered in manually, that results in an electronic manifest type marginal cost of 35 cents. So I will direct folks to RCRA status, our status page that's accessible from rcrainfo.epa.gov, and that'll highlight our really strong uptime and the fact that, frankly, this has been a non-issue. Next slide, please. All right, this is a great time to hand it back to Carolyn for questions from the board and to pass it to another member of my team.
All right, board members. Any questions?
This is Michelle. Yeah, so I just want to ask sort of a clarification question. So based on actually the presentation, obviously the data accuracy, data inconsistency is a big problem. So I was wondering right now for the e-manifest system, are we doing any type of the relational database management system like implemented, sort of can enforce certain degree, I would say, the referential integrity, the constraints, etc. I just want to get a clarification.
Sure. So when manifest data are entered into EPA's system, they're entered into our Oracle Relational Database Management System. There are some constraints that are required to be enforced. A manifest number can only be 12 characters. It has to end in a suffix on the list of allowable 3-character suffixes as on the registered printer list. A manifest submission has to be made by a facility that is, that has a billing account to pay the requisite fee. However, the underlying regulatory policy is nothing stops a manifest. And we would rather be able to correct data and correct a manifest record that has not, that is in the system and can be corrected, because if the manifest is not entered at all, that's a bigger problem. That said, our APIs and our web interface both offer extensive validation. And so if folks are submitting manifest to us and something doesn't match the existing record for that facility that we have, if it doesn't match our lookups, there are plenty of opportunities to check what is valid, to pull that down, to edit one's data. But however, in the interest of securing the manifest, making sure that the cradle to grave tracking is accomplished, those are not showstoppers, and therefore the manifest must be allowed into the system.
Okay,
but
thank you.
validating against some of those checks
Yeah, the
is
real
what
time,
we do
right.
to
Yeah,
pursue
validation.
higher data quality. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, great.
Great question. Any other questions? All right, let's continue with the presentation.
All right, thank you. We can move to the next slide. And we'll be discussing we can go back to indirect costs, which I believe is slide 77. The last, but certainly not least, input to the fees for the upcoming period. Next slide. So the indirect costs are costs that we charge that are not captured either in the marginal or O&M costs. So these are necessary to include because part of eManifest is that we are part of a broader agency and there are functions that are supporting in nature. And to ensure full cost recovery, our OCFO sets an indirect cost rate for each individual program. And for the upcoming fee period, the cost associated with this is 18.63%. And this is applied to the O&M and marginal labor costs. So we can see our total O&M and then our marginal labor costs. And then the 18% of that is roughly $6.4 million. And we have no say in how this is determined. We can only apply it to our fee formula. So this is a real hands-off area for all. Okay, and we can move on to 79. All right, so we will be discussing the final outputs of our fees for the upcoming 26-27 period, and I will throw it back to William.
All right, Steve, loving the tag team here. So based on the submission statistics that we've had over the fiscal year 2023 and into 2024, including a slow but steady increase in electronic manifest adoption here in fiscal year 2024, we estimate receiving approximately 1.8 million manifests per year during this cycle, approximating this percentage by the end, perhaps not 2.5% electronic on day one of fiscal 25, but rather averaged out over the course of the entire fee period. And in line with several fee periods in a row now, we imagine that Data Plus image uploads will increase and that those image-only submissions will decrease as folks take advantage of the lower costs and increase their technical maturity working with our team and their own IT staff. Next slide, please. All right, so these are the manifest submission percentages to date over the fiscal year 2024. I believe this is as of June 30th. The fee period, the white paper will specify that specifically. But basically, this is what we've seen, and those are the figures on which we have based our projections. Next slide, please. All right, obviously, there are kind of two primary categories of waste requiring a manifest on within the eManifest program. That's waste required by the presence of federal hazardous waste. That's the the four-letter DUP code type things, as well as state regulated hazardous waste. Those are things that states specifically bind to the use of a hazardous waste manifest and are therefore subject to eManifest, even if that goes outside of that state. So we reached out to our state partners to confirm, are you changing things about your hazardous waste program, that kind of thing. We don't imagine that any of these are going to substantially decrease manifest usage. And while there are some states that will add additional waste codes, most likely during this fee period, we don't anticipate that that's going to dramatically increase the volume and therefore affect the costs of the manifest program. And in this table, you see the approximate breakdown of federal versus state only waste shipments in the fiscal years 23 and 24, and therefore what we expect to be likely in 26 and 27. Next slide, please. All right. In total, you'll see the breakdown of the costs resulting from the eManifest program, and therefore how, as a cost recovery program, what we're expecting to need to recover to maintain the operation of the program and meet the needs of our user community. And Steve, I'm going to turn it over to you, but of course, give Carolyn a chance to ask the board for questions.
All right, board members. Any questions?
I have one.
Angie.
So I think it was slide 79. Steve talked about the indirect costs and basically said you guys have no input. I don't understand that. Why would you have no input to that?
Yes, this is Steve Donnelly. The indirect costs are determined by our Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and what they do yearly is review costs associated with programs and the cost of operating the agency, and they develop an agency-wide formula to apply it to the different programs. So this is through the Office of Controller, and
so it's like an allocation, basically, just like a calculated allocation.
Yes. And they look at the different programs and the different resources. And for example, in the past, the eManifest indirect cost was around 30%, 33%. And there are some new programs coming on board in other parts of the agency. So things get moved around. The white paper goes into a little more detail on this. But essentially, this is an Office of Controller level operation, and this is it's broader than what this program is able to examine and control. We do our appropriate financial reporting, and this is what they have determined.
Caroline, if I may sort of answer this question. A lot of the state agencies and federal agencies, they work with a specific federal agency, and they come to agreement in terms of this overhead cost. For example, my university, the overhead cost is 51.5%, based on a variety of various factors. So I'm not sure EPA works with which agency or maybe internal to themselves. So they can work with Health and Human Services or Department of Education, and they come to agreement in terms of this indirect cost rate. this is where they will pay the overhead, how much overhead they can charge, and they can somehow offload that within the various programs and things like. So it's agreed across the agency what it is like. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Both.
Any other questions? Jennifer, you turned your camera on.
I have a quick question. The increase for the electronic version from 0.5% to 2.5%, is that mostly taking into consideration of the mandate for the EPA cleanup sites to use electronic, or is that being considered in addition to regular manifests being electronic, or is it more because of that?
You know, while we do expect to see some increase from EPA cleanups, it's certainly not enough to move up to 2.5%. We see this as work we're doing right now with our partners in industry on transitioning some systems, especially working with some third-party providers, as well as rail to build out. We do anticipate seeing that, you know, certain sites that are using the EPA Superfund or cleanup programs as part of their business, we do expect to see some transition to electronic outside of that scope, just because of realizing how good it is. So we do anticipate that would have some increase, but the universe of Superfund and cleanup manifests are they're small, but we do see some. We have other avenues. We have Kyle.
Jennifer, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Jackie?
One more question for Steve and the team. This is Jackie Velasquez with Maersk. Have we done any sort of retroactive analysis to actually figure out what is moving the needle in terms of electronic manifest adoption? You know, are the fees doing anything once we adopted the highly differentiated fee model, or is it just this kind of summary of all these little changes, and we haven't been able to tie it to one particular thing?
I'll leave this to Kyle Markley, our electronic implementation lead.
Right. Yeah, I think there's been multiple sort of changes to the system over time, and I think on a slide William covered earlier on, with the remote signer policy, we've seen the uptick. So some evidence, system changes have resulted in an increased electronic manifest. As far as companies that have used electronic manifests, I think it's some smaller companies or colleges and universities that kind of control the whole shipment, so there's less moving parts. So I'd say that's one of the biggest, I guess, current success stories is those types of entities to date.
That makes sense. And I
on the memo, we work with companies who work with Superfund as well, and we've certainly got a lot of more attention based on requiring ourselves to use electronic manifest. So we have Kyle working on this nonstop. So we do feel that, it's going to be small, but we do feel it's going to slow.
I know one more question. I know after the last meeting, it was discussed that the EPA was starting to have some one-on-one meetings with companies to see if they could kind of aid in enhancing a company's interest in adoption. Have there been any success stories on that end as well? I think, Kyle, you mentioned some smaller companies that maybe have more control of the entire chain of custody.
Yes, so there are multiple companies that are kind of currently working on this medium and large. So while they haven't done electronic manifest in production yet, or rolled it out widespread, they have a lot of ongoing internal work, and we expect to see that in the coming fiscal year.
Okay, thank you both.
Thanks, Jeff.
One other comment I'll make on that point is, as part of our efforts, and of course, Kyle won't say it, but having a dedicated electronic adoption lead has been tremendous. Having somebody who knows the system as well as he does and who is tasked entirely with meeting with these folks, understanding their pain points, helping us remove blinders on certain issues has been tremendous. But another thing that we've done and that Kyle has been very helpful with is connecting with the GSA. They have a kind of government-wide Office of Evaluation Sciences, and you can enter into projects with them. And one that we've begun and haven't yet seen the final analysis of, but is specifically targeted on understanding, are there groups, are there processes, are there characteristics that have led to successful electronic manifest adoption, or companies, entities that might be more open to it than others, or are better candidates than others. So, we've certainly applied scientific rigor to it, and, look forward to seeing the results of that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, William. Thanks, Jackie. I don't see anyone with any other questions. So let's move on to the next portion of the presentation.
All right, we can go to the next slide. And this slide is a summary in graphical form. It's a fun little graphic that shows just what percentage of a dollar is going to where. So we see the bulk is going to the O&M costs. Then we have our marginal labor cost, and then the indirect cost is the smallest slice. So without further ado, let's go to the next slide and talk about fees for the upcoming period. All right, so we inputted those above numbers into our fee model, and we got the following. So we got $20. We got these exact numbers right here. You can read those. So $19.73 for image, $9.57 for data plus image, and $6.34 for electronic, which would put us relatively in line with our projected costs. The revenues would put us roughly in line. We go to the next slide. But we are proposing a set of user fees that have sort of two primary reasons. Those aren't our proposed fees. Those are our formula fees. We want to maintain whole dollar amount for ease of accounting. And we'd also like to provide for an annual surplus, which would allow us to account for any cost contingencies. Well, slide 87, we're getting close to the end, folks. It's exciting. We can go to the next slide. All right, so yes, so we're going to go. So we're proposing $22 for image upload, $10 for data plus image upload, and a $5 electronic manifest, which would give us an annual surplus of a 2-year surplus of roughly $879,000. So, $440K a year, roughly, extra to float around with. Next slide, and we'll do a little comparison. So we can see that the image only and data plus image would remain unchanged for the upcoming fee period, and the electronic would go to $5. The end. Is that how it's supposed to end that, Carolyn?
The end. Very nice. Any questions from any members of our board? This is the big stuff here, what the fee structure is going to be. So any questions? Tomorrow will be the discussion around the charge questions, but for today, it's all about understanding the EPA presentation. Again, Steve, you must have made that section so easy to understand that nobody has any questions.
Well, we put it in the beginning of the white paper too. So make sure that this is this is the real heart. So same, at $1 cheaper. That's what I wanted to call this meeting, but they said we should go with meeting the needs of the user community.
Same, and $1 cheaper was going to be your name.
Yeah, that was going to be.
Right. Okay. Fred, we appear to be at the end of the EPA presentation and no further questions.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like we're bringing this day one to an end. I just want to make a couple of administrative announcements. So today was day one where EPA presented to the board and thoroughly informed the boards to help the board be prepared to answer the charge questions when that time comes. Tomorrow will be the public's opportunity to provide oral public comment to the board to also give them further understanding from a public perspective. Thanks to those who did sign up when they registered to provide oral public comments. We do have a few signees. And this is a note to those oral public commenters that signed up. The meeting will begin sharply at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so please join in sharply when we start because we don't want you to miss your opportunity to provide oral public comment when that session starts. That session will start roughly 10:15, may start a little bit sooner than that. So please join in early, join in right on time. And after the oral public commenters finish, after the public comment period closes, then the board will deliberate on the agency's charge questions. So with that said, I want to ask the board if they have any questions before we close out today on how things are to go. Okay, great. So no questions. So I want to thank EPA for a very productive meeting. Tons of hard work went into this meeting. Thank you to the eManifest team. Y'all did a great job in your presentations. Thank you to Carolyn. And thank you to the board for asking very good questions to get thoroughly informed about what EPA had to say today. So this meeting is adjourned for the day. We will be meeting tomorrow, like I said, at 10 a.m. Eastern time sharp. So everyone have a wonderful rest of your day. This is Fred Jenkins, US EPA.
Thank you.
Signing off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.